Hey there, gorgeous gays. Version 2 here with Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Today, shit. And also piss. And not just because I feel totally normal and good, but, when we last left off, Maya's been kidnapped. Also, we don't know if the person we're defending is innocent or not, because the person that we're defending had someone kidnap Maya for them, which is definitely what innocent people do. I'm scared is basically what I'm saying. I also don't know if this is going to be the final episode. Given that, you know, Maya's meant to die if this takes longer than a day. So it might end up being the shortest case in the series. Well, not a series. Not even this game. It was the tutorial case. But still. Maybe? Maybe bullshit will happen that makes it go for longer? We'll find out. Or maybe it's going to be like... Because the investigation was already... It had an intermission, which is unusual for investigations. So maybe this one day in court is going to be like 3 or 4 parts. So it ends up being as long as the other things. Just, it's all in a single day. And it's just a very intense day. So we're going to see how it goes. We're going to see how it goes. And, hope nothing goes wrong. Things will go wrong. Edgeworth did it! What's up, On Guard? What was On Guard's first name? I can literally check the court record, can't I? Matt. There it is. Setting up my game volume. I only have one headphone in now because the other headphone falls out too easily, even though this one fell out like 5 minutes ago. So, I'm gonna have it loud, and I'm just hoping this game doesn't have anything that's in stereo. Shouldn't. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way! That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there's someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on me. Please, Mr. Lawyer, dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze, alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand. Who's saying this and why is a question mark? Who's saying it's almost time? Oh! Mia! Welcome back, Mia! Welcome back, Mia. Hello. I must get a complete acquittal today. I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's side. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day. Indeed. Well, let's get going. Are we gonna see? Are you just gonna warn us again? Are you just gonna warn us again? This is right. Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial. Maya, she's unharmed, right? Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. She isn't. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. Then why are you contacting me? For my sake, as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning. Present? What would you want to give me? You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift, I expect you to graciously accept it and win the day's contest, if you please. Wait! Are you just gonna make this harder on us for no... Are you just gonna make it harder for us to win? What do you get from that? Can I send me a present? Mr. Legend? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer? I think, oh, this guy's my secret Santa. Probably not. Probably not. impressive that there's no prosecutor? Von Karma's not there.
Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. Are the prosecution and defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor. I mean, it would definitely make our job easier to win if there's no prosecutor. Then we just have to convince the judge without anyone like going against us. I mean, that's one way of That's one way of helping us. It just seems odd. What the fuck is this case?
I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me?
Your Honor! Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is now in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it?
Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, like, Von Karma's against us in court. I don't want her to fucking die. What? Shot? So now, I think this is the present that man was talking about. His present? Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it'd be to your advantage. Pascal. This is... Fucking Christ! I'm getting more and more convinced that Anga's not innocent! I'm getting more and more convinced he's not innocent. Because what the fuck? Miss Von Karma, is she alright?
I don't have that answer.
She's alive and in stable condition. Who's saying this?
That's good. Phew.
Oh. Hi, Edgeworth!
Your Honor, due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today.
Theme of Edgeworth! Theme of Edgeworth!
I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Okay, what? What? He's okay. Okay. What? Oh shit! Like, he's becoming the prosecutor again?
The prosecution is ready. Naturally.
Great revival, Miles Edgeworth. He's back! Did he expect this to happen? I feel like Edgeworth knows a hell of a lot more than he's letting on. Like, he did his own research into this case while shit was going on, and he knows more than anyone else does. Did he cause this to happen? I have a funny feeling that Edgeworth is not the killer. I have a funny feeling that he isn't him.
Miss Von Karma was shot in her right shoulder and is currently undergoing surgery.
I was gonna say, because now she can be twin besties with her father, because the father was shot in the left shoulder, I'm pretty sure. Though you notice that she always still grabs the same way that he does, even though she doesn't have a bullet wound. Well, now I guess she has a bullet wound. Like father, like daughter.
Luckily, I have looked this case over, and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt on guard. The court acknowledges the prosecution. Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my long journey this past
year. The way he looks at us.
By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand.
Hey, Gumshoe.
Witness, your name and occupation.
name's Dick Gumshoe, see? I'm a detective down at the precinct. For now.
For now?
After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, see? Oh shit. Oh shit. I guess Von Karma's mad about the stuff that he's been doing.
The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have your testimony.
Considering Gumshoe was like the one person who was allowed to know that Edgeworth was alive. God, Edgeworth. Oh my god, you come back after all this time and now you're fucking the prosecutor again? Like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, this game.
If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that.
Get ready, Phoenix. This is gonna go on a very rough fight. Does it help us to have Edgeworth instead of Von Karma? Let's be real. Let's be real. Is one of these better than the other in terms of trying to win a case? I mean, we've beaten both of them, like, a bunch, but... I have to with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. Bare facts of the case. This murder happened after the Hero of the Year award ceremony, see? The victim, Juan Corrado, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe that he was definitely murdered, see? Because he has a fucking knife in his chest, see? Others, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty Qatar case. However, we later found out that the Qatar case had nothing to do with the murder. Why? Why did it have nothing... You can't just say that. You can't just say that.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room.
Yeah, see? Both the victim and defendant went alone to their room, see?
I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Why does the guitar case have nothing to do with it? You can't just say that. Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Yeah, afterwards, right now is still after the ceremony. Okay, see? The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. And then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period. Please continue with testimony, Detective.
Hotel room. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah.
Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about?
She's the defendant, Man on God's manager. She's a really pretty lady, see?
Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she'll grace us with her presence.
Alright, I need you all to calm down. At least this woman's not 16. When the post ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. On Guard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, see?
I see. And that's when she found the victim's body.
It was definitely murder. What was the cause? The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corrado was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, see? Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Well, the thought process is, was he poisoned with poison? That's the thought process. Now, real pros attention will be drawn here to this bandana.
Banana.
Oh, banana? His bandana, see? Oh, Judge, you threw me off. That's the thing tied around his neck, see?
Oh, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana.
Judge, please. Then what about the knife? I'll be honest, I thought the bandana around his neck was just, like, part of the outfit. I didn't realize that was, like, choking him. I thought that was just, like, part of the ninja outfit. So, okay. Judge at 8 moments. Look, don't hang shit on the judge just because he hasn't finished evolving. Seems to have been stuck in the victim's checks on purpose after his death.
We have a crafty murder on our hands here.
So if he was strangled, strangulation doesn't happen instantly. Is it during that strangling that's why everything is broken? And then afterwards, propped up on the chair, stabbed with the knife, bam, there we go. What was suspicious about the only guitar case and then it being empty? And why'd you think that? Because it was empty, see? The German ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we can't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime.
Oh, then how about this theory? A fan really wanted his guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that?
We thought of that too, but the only fingerprints on the guitar case are the victims. Only the victims, huh?
I see. So much for my theory then.
You're the judge. You're not meant to throw out theories. You're not meant to just throw out theories just going,
oh, what if this happens?
You're the judge. Okay, so this was just updated to now say it has his fingerprints. The guitar case had nothing to do with the matter. What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? What convinced you the case had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. I thought he went no. I thought he didn't leave it and go anywhere with yeah, be out of there.
Well, then where was it?
Myron guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Carrera, had apparently only taken the case with him. See? Why?
So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case?
Yeah, see? Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So the guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife. Which brings me to my next point. Why, then, did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was reason enough to suspect him.
Here it comes. So we got to his pack in full swing.
Very well, Detective Gumshoe. Please testify about this matter.
Yeah, see? Why arrest on guard? Because we found him with his hand on the knife in his chest. Well, I mean, okay, that one's going to be hard to argue out of. That was a plot, I think. On guard and one Corrado were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book. As for evidence, there's the German ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja costume was found in Mr. Ungard's Hakama. I'm just assuming no one can pronounce Japanese words correctly, including myself. I don't know how to say it properly, so I'm just butchering it to make a joke about the other people, myself. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The man brought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Was that like a golden butter knife, by the way? Was it a golden butter knife?
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing.
I was sort of sticking on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, see? There's the victim's blood and Ungard's fingerprints. In the grip, Gatewater is engraved. Oh, so it's just a knife from the hotel. That doesn't mean premeditated. Doesn't mean that's super premeditated. And there's this button.
That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And is this button also covered in blood?
Yeah, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, see? Why are you surprised by this? You mean the victim who was stabbed and was wearing a button, it's his blood on it? Oh, fuck, that ruins our case? I'll be honest, Phoenix. I feel like there's more worrying things that it is specifically Karaita's blood.
All this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, Wright?
I'll find the hole in your argument somehow.
You can press as hard as you'd like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions.
Yeah. Grumble. Grumbles. Grumble volcano. I'd sing the music like I'm a volcano right now. But I don't know off the top of my head. Yawning, I'm fine, I'm normal. Shut up. No. Prosecution Edgeworth to find his hole. The fanfics just write themselves. But in terms of popularity, Mr. On Guard won, did he not? Yeah. But you know what's ironic, see? Juan Corrado was always one step behind Mr. On Guard in everything. This year it seemed like he finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. Mr. Corrado lost the Grand Prix in the end.
That is too bad.
He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. In their way. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. On Guard was beating Mr. Corrado in the popularity polls. Well, yeah, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all.
Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective?
It's not, well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive. Hey, Edgeworth.
Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
Eh? No, not you. Tell Mr. Edgeworth, see ya? That's...
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No!
No, detective. Let's continue with the testimony.
Oh, I'm up our pension, too.
Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, yeah, we can talk about my pension later, see? What about what I was saying? Hello, anyone? What about what I was saying? I just objected and just shut down that entire argument by not even talking about it. Do you have any proof that the button belonged to the victim? All right, this is a dumb push. Huh? What do you mean? See? Oh, let me put it this way. I want to see if you had any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the gem and didn't just costume. I'm so sorry. Huh? But can't you tell by just looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in.
Thread.
Huh?
The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. And that thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume and the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, see? That's Edgeworth for you. Mrs. a beam. Hold it! That's not how you pronounce Hakama. Hakama? Would it be Hakama or Hakama? I'd assume it would be the first one, but I'm not sure because I don't speak Japanese. When was this button found? Pretty soon after the body was found. We rounded up everyone who knew Mr. Corrado. And then we did a search on the map. That's when we found the button.
So it was almost immediately after the murder. The police didn't have free time to lollygag and play tricks unlike some people.
Hey, what's he trying to say about me here? Hakama, yeah. Still on time since the JP pronunciation guides. Well, I'm just assuming because like a lot of Japanese pronunciations have like the hard sound at the beginning of it going into the soft sound at the end of syllables. So I just assume it would be Hakama, not Hakama. Generally, but not always, obviously. Oh, and obviously, I don't speak Japanese, but from my experience, I just assume that. And the fingerprints all over the knife. How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, see? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. See, this is actually a good point of Phoenix's, because depending on how it's being held, he could have just been fucking eating with it. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that. I can't believe the bumbling in this department. How do you not believe it by this point, Phoenix?
Oh, plus, were you paying attention to the testimony, right?
You pronounce it Japanese samurai fans.
The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There is no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder. So is the defendant the owner of this knife then?
Brought the knife for the crime, which makes it premeditated. It says Gatewater on it. There's no way this is premeditated murder, even if he brought the knife. Sorry, see? This isn't some pocket knife. Doesn't fall, so it's not great for walking around with either. Well, this isn't good. Prosecution can prove it was premeditated murder. Murder with done for. Phoenix. Yes? Something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully, before it's too late. Button covered victim's blood and a knife with on God's fingerprints. Be grateful. The judgment will rash you have already pounded his gavel and closing. We're still in a world of trouble. Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weaknesses. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? I mean, does our evidence say... Our evidence is what we saw at, say, Gatewater, right? Yeah. So it's that. I didn't mean press. I didn't mean press. Oh, I pressed the button bad because I'm bad at video games. Hey, when the thing that I'm trying to like actually push on is the final thing, because if I fuck it up, I'm gonna go through everything else. It requires me to be good at the game. What the fuck? All right, well here's an easy hole in the argument. A hole made with a knife. Wait a second. Why? So the basis of your argument this was premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand. That's right, see? The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife and you'll see what I'm talking about. This department's really bad. Huh? There's Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. That's the name of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Where the murder happens? I like how his response is just... Oh, fuck. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel. Which means his murder was not premeditated. Gumshoe. Yes, that's very true. This is a very big... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless. What? I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined. Theme of Edgeworth keeps playing in the middle of the courtroom. How so? I admit this knife is hotel property. There is no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough to not realize this. Currently on the police force was fired. And I didn't... Oh. The question is, where did this knife come from? Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Wright's room. Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I had to draw the court's attention to what was on the top of the table. Hakama, apparently, by the way. Both the final syllables get stressed, which doesn't actually exist in Japanese. It's pitch-based, so they really are the same stress, but high pitch, but eh. That is a very different way of... Yeah, that's a very different way of saying things, so I don't even know if I could do it properly, because I've never done that before. But okay, well, there we go. But it is Hakama, yeah. And look, there's a knife! Already on the table. There's a knife and fork on the table. There's already one there. Then, where in the world did this knife come from? If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. And there's a knife missing from one of the tables there. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps, is it a single knife? Yes, it is. We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating,
we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt Unguard's knife was missing. Mr. Arngard had gone to the victim's room with the knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Okay, to be fair, the knife didn't do the murder. To be fair, the knife didn't do the murder. What if Matt is just a dick, saw that Karaida was dead, and then went, yeah, I'm gonna fucking get you anyways? Like, what if Matt was just butthurt that someone else killed Karaida before him, and then was just like, oh my god, free stabbing opportunity on his corpse, fuck you! That might still be some form of crime, but it wouldn't be murder? Like you're saying, like you're doing a lot to say premeditated murder on something that isn't the murder weapon? Now, don't get me wrong. My argument's flimsy as hell, but also, they're not addressing the actual murder weapon. What about the banana? Is there any fingerprints on the banana? Have they checked for that?
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
Seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning. This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it.
A murder weapon with fingerprints and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here. I can safely say that any further deliberation is a waste of your Honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown. It means evidence that the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence.
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright?
Well, Phoenix. The judges favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here, that Gallagher will be ringing out to the sound of evidence.
Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Because I'm worried that this might be an instant game where I fuck up.
I do!
What? What would we be presenting? What was this? Oh, this is just that. Okay. I do! There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. Something this court has yet to see.
Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one. What the judge is saying, Wright, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
If I mess this up, it's curtains for us all. Yeah, I figured it would be an instant fail. This one's an absolute instant fail. Fuck you, all gone.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show to the court?
I'll be honest, I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know. Other than the tomato juice. The tomato juice is the only thing I can think of because it's the only thing that has to do with the crime scene itself. Because this is found next to the victim and it hasn't been knocked over. Which would suggest that the crime scene's a setup. In some capacity.
This is a wine glass, is it not?
Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time. The scene is a mess because the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken, his makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser.
Well, yes, I see your point.
However, This glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over along with everything else is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say to that? Oh, well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now. Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Your Honor? Your opinion? You don't need my opinion. Because there is no special meaning to that glass. What? It's safe to say that the glass was there, was set there after the crime took place. Why? Why? By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking. Yeah, so shocked. So shocked, walking in, I'm a manager at a busy Hollywood, Japanese Hollywood. Oh, I'm getting drunk on my tomato juice. Ah, a murder! Ah, murder! I dropped this to demonstrate the point, but I want to spill water again on stream. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Will Sanders really have set that glass down without thinking? If it was without thinking, she would have dropped it. No. If I feel weak here, the trial's over. I can look for my proof later. But now I should trust my instinct and point with certainty. That's my fault for it, if you're thought-provoking enough. The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We'd like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head again, as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing. Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have evidence to support it. What? Oh, fuck. You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice? Then, of course it has been thoroughly inspected. For fingerprints. Fingerprints? There was only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass. Only one? Well, whose were they? They were not the victims nor the defendants. Rather, they were one Adrian Andrews. What? You checked everything. You're actually, like, good at your job and shit. Even though you weren't on this case until now. Well, fuck. That is why I said that the person who discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright? I believe I fell into another trap. Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Karita. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser. Why would you set it down so gently? That's the thing that doesn't make sense. Wait a second, makes a lot of sense, does it? I feel like, I mean, it's Hollywood movie tropes. I feel like the classic thing is, and you see the glass fall and it shatters and goes in slow motion. That's like a shot that movies have done before when someone sees a dead body. I can see myself doing that. I just... Being in the moment enough to not drop it because I broke the glass when I realized I probably shouldn't be adding to the crime scene. I will buy it. I will buy it because Andrews is a fairly well put together person. Well, she acts it. The whole point of what we were talking about with her is that she isn't. But she acts as if she's a very well put together person. So maybe concentrating and focusing on something like that would be something she would actually do. But also just Hollywood trope, dropping the glasses. You're shocked to see a dead body. That's a thing that has happened a couple times at least. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Now do you see, Wright? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I've come to discover.
Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has provided enough evidence for me to enter my verdict. Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution is yet another witness we would like the court to hear from.
Another witness? Does Edgeworth know what's happening with us? Court time. Hey, Habit! Does Edgeworth know what's happening with Maya? If Edgeworth was after just a win, he'd end it now. And if he was after just proving the truth, he's letting us go for a lot of opportunities. Does he know what's happening with Maya? Because Gumshoe knows. We told Gumshoe. And as much as, like, I trust Gumshoe to not be a dick to us, do I trust Gumshoe enough to not spill the beans to Edgeworth if something's happening? You know,
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness.
What in the world is Edgeworth thinking? Oh god, fucking damn it.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
Let me get it ready. Oh god, not again. Not again.
Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Yeah! G-O-T-C-A-J! No, straight to...
Okay, now we can pass judgment.
Your brother is on to us, and more importantly, yourself. Oh, god damn it, it's Oldbag. What the fuck? Look how mad he is. Look how fucking pissed off he is. On what happened to that calm composure you had earlier.
Oh, Reggie boy, it's been what, a year since we last met, hasn't it? You'd be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet? It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand.
Oh, he's mad. Oh, he's fucking mad. I'm gonna have to drop your eyes. You're gonna fly out of his fucking skull at this point.
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm gonna tell you anything and everything. Even things that don't have to do with a terrible crime.
As witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know.
Stop shooting. Ooh.
Shush! I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madame.
No, please, by all means.
No, please, by all means, interrupt her. Please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
I do like how Oldbag is one of the people that actually gets to Edgeworth. Like, really gets to him and just he can't handle it.
That's true what they say. That youth are hard-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail on that hotel on the night of the murder. This is correct, Miss Oldbag.
It was a great job being on to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
I mean, you were found in the victim.
I'll be honest, I'm back to the issue of doing the judge and Edgeworth so close to each other, they kind of blur together. Some great voice acting.
Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man. Juan Carrida. I want to caride on his dick.
Oh, but those two are the same age.
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed on the night of the murder.
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo.
Why did I steal this?
Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, Matt on guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. On Guard came out of the victim's room.
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I swear to God, if it's just... It had to be him because it was dressed as the fucking Nickel Samurai again. I swear to God, if that's why you think it had to be him, I'm gonna be... We're just really gonna repeat this case, aren't we? Face in front of his room. Why were you doing that, you fucking weirdo? I guess I don't need this after all. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
Bobby, I was supposed to help set up the stage for the trifling show.
Can't teach an Oldbag new tricks.
But I refused to help, I'll have you know. It was for that light-headed samurai show.
I guess I do need this.
I even took out a few of the nails.
You can't just admit that.
I tried to kill him, but he killed someone else, so I didn't get away with it.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't know.
Besides, our manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? Someone interested in finding out whether he let me go down on him. Something you were interested in. Just what was that? Next case, Oldbag is tried for attempted murder. Yeah, can we immediately just get to that after this? Because, oh, what the fuck? What the fuck?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know?
You're on a witness stand.
It's top secret between me and Juan.
Juan's dead.
Ah, and Edgy Poo, of course.
Edgy Poo, please ask her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in? I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip.
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to our testimony later.
So we shouldn't force her right now.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Should have kept a good eye out the whole time. Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Crowder's room?
I have no idea. I was a month so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class. That's why ever since I turned 20, I couldn't keep track of how old I really am.
Okay, that one's fair. That one's fair, I can't fault you there.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
She just hasn't been bothered to count, so it's just that. Okay.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
Can you mention if, like, anyone else went in or out of the room? Like, at least, if you didn't count, at least who did it? Someone showed up coming out. Come on, turn. Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, he was.
Yes, he was.
Ah, I'm too scared. I can say his name out loud.
Oh, I wouldn't give to Francisca's whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you since you were such a bad boy anyway. Man on guard Juan Corrado was fucking! He was meant to fuck me!
You saw my client? Are you sure about that?
Yes, see!
Really?
Annoying Brett! Where's the assassin when I saw that person?
We've proven it in the courtroom that's not true. Well, I get a sense of deja vu. And to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face. Or did you see a mollusk? Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair. His sparkly, shining teeth.
You just said you weren't going to this you just said you don't care about On God, and this is a very flowery description of someone you apparently don't give a shit about. His teeth were shining.
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's pinup. Why do you? I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with us what you saw that night.
What? On Guard's face is the same no matter where it is, you know? You witness never.
So, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just how important and relevant in any way?
No. For the time being, I'm gonna say no.
Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn.
The waste of 3 minutes of this woman's youth, that's more valuable than gold to me.
Why do I feel all in the presence of a childish whining? I don't remember things being mistaken, or being mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying. It's bad for us. Real bad. But that's how human mind is. Towards that tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed onto a few interesting side topics this time too, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right? That's because you're not the one who has to question her. Why are you on her side? And you're pacing around. Miss Oldbag, what was your what was your post on that night?
The lobby! I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show, but I refused to help all of you know. It was for that leaded samurai show. I even took a review of the nails!
Maybe that's a good thing. Okay, so this is the same dialogue. Did we wait? Where are we in there? Oh, we went back to the start of it. Okay. Oh, was the Mountain Guard thing the final one? Oh, we're done with this. The Mountain Guard thing was the final one. Okay. I was about to say, I feel like we heard this before. So we'll just ask about something else this time. The person's clothes. Was that the guard about the man's clothes in more detail?
What a troublesome man you are. Really, as if it's something like that matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket.
Oh, he was wearing that at the detention center too. I mean, okay, that's important actually. That is important.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right. I'm gonna say not important because I'll ask about the other thing in terms of carrying. But the racing jacket is important because the whole thing is that the bomb was found on the Hakama. But I'll press on the other one in terms of carrying, in case it was just like, oh yeah, he was carrying like a fuck off sword or some shit. And I guess Nichols, it's alright, so probably a sword wouldn't be that weird. What are they carrying? What was that? What I mean, you saw carrying?
In which hand? He's right or he's left?
Both.
Now this is a real mess. I mean, I can't be expected to answer such a vague question.
Indeed. Please be more specific with your question, Mr. Wright.
Oh, fuck off. Sorry? What was the man you saw carrying in his right hand?
He wasn't carrying anything in that hand.
Then how about his left hand?
Empty!
Well, there's been a whole lot of nothing. God damn Oldbag. Oh, yeah, I was on the side, I said, I killed one Rider. I thought it was a bit weird in the moment. Alright, well, we have at least something. We have at least something. Okay, so let's go through here. Let us present on this one. Oh no. Fuck! No, I have to press first. Press. Go through here. Keep going. And wearing. This is the point. Is wearing the racing jacket. Alright, and was this relevant? Yes. It's very important. It's so important. Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point out what part of that testimony was important.
Do you see, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to a testimony.
Not quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please.
Oh, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
So if I press on this, are you sure the fan was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing.
Oh, well that goes even further.
I'm sure he was wearing it.
He's so sure of himself that it's to the point of self-absorption. Alright, there we go. There we go. So do I just press with the button? So do I just press with the button? I was gonna press with the button and just go like, bam. Hey, guess what? Miss Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah! It's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume!
Wow, you know it very specifically. Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here! Give it here! If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this!
I need to... That's another prompt I need. I have this prompt. I have this thing. I need one of those cheap fucking guns. I also need one of those. Ah, she doesn't die. I hand her on a button covered in blood. And she's not even talking about being a fan of Watchmen. This button was discovered on Mr. On-Guard's body during a full Mr. On-Guard's body during a full body search.
See? This button proves you on the shadow of a doubt it was that rascal on guard.
It was caught up in the plates of his nickel samurai Hakama pants.
See? The on guard is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination, but just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt on guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judged people based on what they were.
Surely you can understand what I'm getting at here.
But with the trendiest dress, it made me think I was the hottest woman ever.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. A favorites? Does that actually record with a tape recorder? Does that actually function as a tape recorder?
Hold your tongue there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. On Guard, the man. But Mr. On Guard, the nickel samurai.
What do you think about it? They're really one and the same anyway.
Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Boo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change. Bang this a lot today, dude.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
Oh, alright if you insist.
I should be the one sighing, not you. So is she just changing her mind and saying, no, I totally saw him in the Hakama? Is she just gonna totally just turn around and say, oh no, whoops, I mean, sorry, it's easy to confuse a leather jacket and a fucking entire ass costume. They're very similar. What's perjury?
On guard. Yes, now I remember. Now I'm changing my story. The Nickel Samurai, that's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that pool ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So convenient to have blood all over it, I guess. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew it. You're making shit up. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside that costume? Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
But the possibility does exist.
Ah, young'un today. I told her there's no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so. And what I say is the truth.
At least she's just a delightful witness as she was a year ago. At this point, wouldn't it be longer than a year?
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
So did you see him in the jacket or not? Because you're just making shit up now. You're just making shit up now. You're actually just making shit up. Would you please get on with your testimony?
Harold! Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder?
Okay, I'm not gonna... No.
Bark at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
Don't make me do that. I will throw up blood. A what? No, I will... I will throw up blood if I do this. No. She's actually singing. Something out my poor ears.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please do something about this racket? Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you just be good and stick to the facts.
Okay! You promise, right?
Right. I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date. It's a stick of gum.
I'm going to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth. Old chum. It's a stick of gum. It's a stick of fucking gum. Alright, you saw the nickel samurai. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, he said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not.
Not too long ago. Let me ask you this: where were your when you were itty bitty? What was your grand dream?
Huh?
What do you want to be when you grow up, whippersnapper?
My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what?
See? I like where you are now. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Who are you?
Well,
What I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that?
you're literally on a witness stand. You're literally on a witness stand. The courtroom puts the weight on that.
Mr. Wright, I hope you realize that this gum, that I get the really expensive gum. That stick's gonna be like 10 cents.
I feel like if you had a single stick of gum at my work, with just like an ordinary basic ass bitch gum, it'd just still be more than 10 cents.
The now is everything. I can be responsible for the past.
When court become theatrics over testimonies, I can tell you exactly when that happened. Actually, Phoenix, I can literally point to exactly when. It's this little thing I like to call case 1 of the first game.
All that matters is that I was inside the costume. Isn't that enough?
They're trying to distract themselves from this. You can afford that in this economy? You can afford gum? Gumshoe can't. The ironic thing is that Gumshoe can only afford to eat the gum from his shoe. That's why that's his name. I grossed myself out with that one. I got an uncomfortable feeling in my stomach when I said that. And why would that be?
That way no one can see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You're such an annoying child, you know that. You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Given what it looks like, I can buy that a little bit. He had to go to it right after the crime. Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show?
Well, the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
That included the Gem and Ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when a guard came out of your wands room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see.
Well, anyway.
And he wore it when he was 7 for 1. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai.
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
No. I throw on the towel yet. You don't need to think too hard on this one. Are you sure about that? Looks like I should get stick with foil in a fishbowl. Cosplaying as Oldbag in space security detail for PAX. Let's go. Huh? There's a contradiction in a testimony and it's sitting in plain sight. Does look like a recycling robot. The question is what the contradiction means for us. Let's figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. I'll be honest, I'm not actually sure what she's referring to. Nickel Samurai, it would have been convenient to his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony show right after the crime, so he must have won it. I'll be honest, I don't know what you're actually referring to for the obvious thing. I mean, you can't see who it is inside of this. That's like the only detail I can think of. I feel like I'm forgetting a detail about some of this. Feel like I'm forgetting a detail about something here. The shiny Bagon? Nice. I remember someone showed me the shiny salamence. I can't remember what it looks like though off the top of my head. I feel like I'm forgetting a detail about some of this evidence. Maya, Pearl, Mia, whoever, whichever Faye is with us right now. Whichever Faye is with us right now. I feel like I'm forgetting a detail. Because she's mentioning how obvious it is that there's a contradiction somewhere here. And I have no idea what she's actually referring to. Other than the fact that she literally is just lying about what she saw Matt in. And is the Faye in the room with us right now? It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Convenient from the way he was costumed during the murder. I think I ceremony stage right after the crime. Is it, can you say this? That it would be difficult to stab someone with this? Because of the fucking, like, robot arm? Is that where we're going with this? How could you stab someone with this? I'm gonna save it and throw that out there because I've got no, I'll be honest, I got no fucking clue. I got no clue. I'm just gonna throw it out there and just see what happens. Nothing is the answer. Yeah. Yeah, I've got no idea. You don't need to think too hard, but I'm stuck. Contradiction testimony is sitting in plain sight. What the contradiction means for us. Hey, is it just the fact that she just changed her fucking mind? Is it just that? Is that all we're doing? Because I'm honestly not even sure. Press on this one again. Other than, is it just this? Because she just starts rambling about some bullshit here. Well, Matt, is that man was inside the costume? Isn't that enough? No, I didn't mean to. 100%. Would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. No? Okay. I feel like I'm forgetting something that has happened. I feel like I'm forgetting something that... Because it has been a while since I've done the investigation. I feel like there's a piece of detail about some of the evidence that I have that I'm just completely forgetting. Maybe like where the costume was, like where we found the Nicholas Samurai costume. Or any details like that. I'm gonna ask this one, can I get a hint? Can I get a hint? Because I feel like I'm forgetting something. Or can I at least get a hint of whether I'm forgetting something? Am I forgetting something? Am I an idiot? Or is it just there's something here to work out and I'm being dumb and I can't work it out because I'm incredibly fucking stupid. Because like Mia's even talking about like how obvious it is and I've got literally no idea. Again, other than the fact that she fucking lied and said, oh, racing jacket, oh, now this. But if that's what it is, then I don't know how the game wants me to present that she's just changing her fucking testimony, like, entirely. I really have no fucking clue. Oh, I'm forgetting something to do with the investigation. All right, can you tell me what it is then? I want to move on. I'm done. I'm not working it out. I can't work it out anymore. I'm giving up. Mick, tell me. I have no idea. Knife on statement 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, so, fuck this game. Okay, so, oh, cause fingerprints. Oh, cause fingerprints. Wait, what? Cause fingerprints are on there? I mean, my whole thing was just like, how was he stabbing him in the costume? So it's that, but okay. Is it just because there's fingerprints on here? I don't even know where this argument's going then. It was the thing that he ate dinner with. So that does mean he took it off and then didn't put it back on, but what? I don't know where this is going. I actually have no idea where this is going. Please take a look at this.
Yeah, so it's a knife, big deal. If you're trying to scare with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Ron, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it. That's what you're driving at.
Oh, the idea that it... I have the exact plan about this line of reasoning. Well, okay, like, where are we going with this? You can't prove that he did the murder with it because the fingerprints weren't there when he was doing it. The idea that anyone could have been in the costume because the fingerprints could have just been from the knife, and so if someone else was wearing the costume, they could pick it up with it. Where are you going with this? I genuinely don't actually even know where the game's going with this. That is exactly what I am driving at. I still don't even know what you're driving at. You can take this in multiple ways, and all of them feel too flimsy to make an argument.
What are we driving at? And whose car are we driving? Who's driving? Bear's driving.
Mr. Rungard was really in the Nickel Samurai costume at the time of the murder. Then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. We've literally already established that the knife came from Rungard's room for eating dinner purposes. We literally already established that. It's already been established that it came from Rungard's room for eating dinner. This is a flimsy fucking argument. It would make more sense to say it's someone else in the costume and they planted the knife and tried to frame Rungard by taking a knife that Rungard had already used. And the person who would know which knife Rungard used instead of his manager, who also ate dinner in the same room, would be the manager. That would make more sense. Rather than just saying, well, fingerprints can only happen when a murder happened. Where are you going with this? Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off. By holding it in a costume? What? Is it? I mean, yeah, he wears what's the point here? What are we doing here? That's what I thought that mica gloves can wipe off the oils that leave fingerprints. So what are we going back to then? Where are we going with this? How does this help in any capacity for anything? Game, where are you going with this?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
Okay, well that... Okay, so everyone in this courtroom just in a second got really fucking stupid. Edgeworth, that is a stupid argument. Still kind of weird logic-wise? Correct, because it doesn't have any logic. It's a stupid argument. This doesn't make any sense. At a bare minimum, it is so, like, circumstantial that, like, what? You can push this argument in a way that makes sense, and this is not it. And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon? There is no way he would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went to the victim's room while in costume as a nickel samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. But the murder still did take place.
Also, the whole point is that he brought a knife over because it was a premeditated murder. So he showed up without an intent to murder, but bringing the knife, took his gloves off because he wasn't planning on murder, but still brought the knife that he then stabbed in the person that he murdered. Edgeworth, you're undoing your own argument here. Which may be Edgeworth's point? I'm actually not sure what Edgeworth is going with this either, honestly.
But the murder still did take place. It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
It's fucking stupid. Because literally the whole crux of what he was saying before was that it was a premeditated murder. Because he fucking brought the knife over. But now you're saying he didn't bring the, he didn't plan it, and that's why he took the thing off, but then he still brought the knife over? This got really fucking stupid really fucking quickly. Everyone in this courtroom turned into an idiot. What? He went over, had a court visit, talked to him, but then he remembered he actually hates one and killed him with the knife that he happened to bring over? So let me get this straight. Funny, Phoenix. You're thinking about yourself in Edgeworth and you're gonna get it straight? Alright, funny. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with the theory? This is literally already a problem. This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. Edgeguard was the killer. If that's the case,
I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent.
oh, I think it's impossible. Okay. Did I carry a steak knife with you when visiting friends? So that was Phoenix in that. I think it's possible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. Because he brought the knife! This knife. This was used by Mr. Ungard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was in fact the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Karaida.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant had held no intent to... Okay, so Edgeworth has just turned into an idiot. Okay, so Edgeworth just turned into a dipshit. Edgeworth just turned into a dipshit, or he's deliberately doing this because he's trying to help us. I honestly don't even know at this point. This whole thing is stupid. This whole thing is really dumb. The game's just doing one of those fun little moments that Ace Attorney does every now and then, where the logic you use to progress has no basis on anything and doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, they couldn't work out how to get from this moment to the next moment, so they're just like, oh, fuck it! And then just some random bullshit. I think it was in my concussions on the brain, ever just left their desk constantly. It's just, like, Phoenix's argument of bringing up the knife of just, like, costumes, fingerprints. There's no way that he get fingerprints on something that he ate dinner with is dumb and stupid and bad. And then Edgeworth's whole thing of just like, well, he got the fingerprints when he killed him because he took the gloves off because he didn't have an intent to kill, but he brought the knife. It's all turned into dipshits. Random bullshit, go! Yeah, they just all turned into fucking idiots for a second. I don't know why. What? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from submission 1. Oh, and one more thing! You're ugly! Sorry, I didn't mean that. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife. Okay, now you're... And pray tell, Phoenix, what's a glove mark? Do you mean the smudging of the other fingerprints to make the position of a glove? Is that what you're referring to? You were able to clearly identify the fingerprints so they weren't smudged by a glove? Which means the defendant's fingerprints should have been all over like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us, considering it wasn't the murder weapon. We've spent a lot of focus on something that isn't the murder weapon. That is true.
Order, I say! Order in the court! Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
To frame Matt on guard. to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course. Well, also hiding the method of murder, because the bandana around the neck. It could be both. Honestly, I feel like either of those should be the answer. To frame! Aren't you enforcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one, right? We just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. Gloves can leave masks and tell if someone was wearing gloves to hold the thing. Okay. Okay. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife. Witness!
Looks like I made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, G-Poo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on the TV show?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now. Look, I was waiting around in front of the doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai. Alright then. Who were you waiting around for then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
It's really obvious it's Wonka Rider.
I have a feeling that you were waiting for Mr. Wonka Rider. Am I correct, witness?
Ha ha ha. The way you think, you're a sad amateur with a terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
Swallowbag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting for to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrado. Maybe Phoenix. Swallowbag was waiting around for that person. Josh is not denied being nearsighted. I just imagine every time we show him any piece of evidence, we have to like climb up to the top and just put it really close to his face. For that person, it's all I think me is hinting at. It's certainly possible. Miss Oldbag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you? Wait, Adrian. Were you waiting for Adrian?
Take that!
Because of gossip.
Who's this person?
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager.
But why would the defendant manager be in the victim's room? It seems this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. This is. Oh, well, this is. Oh, I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
Then this manager was with the initials AA. Are you saying it's Adrian Andrews? Without a doubt, the witness thought so as well. I shall pass my judgment. She is in fact pretty.
Oh, looks like you found me. Well, that's fine. I can let read this whole sworn confidentiality stuff then.
Can you actually understand any words that I'm saying when I have this on my face, by the way? Or do you just hear muffled tinny sounds? Can you actually hear, like, do the words come through? Because I genuinely have no idea. I'm intelligible? Fuck yeah, I'm intelligent!
Witness, what in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I have a bad feeling about this. Very bad feeling.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source. So that's why I was doing my own little investigation. In secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself. Personal reasons and all that.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here? I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide. I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready! This is gonna take the wind out of you, young'uns!
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old.
Did you know that people can have sex? Oh, it's some secret stuff. There's this thing that people do that the kids are calling fucking these days. That on guard is one evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So to do that, he sent his own manager to get in close with Juan. I gotta condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else beyond me, though, okay?
Please don't talk about sex in this voice. I'm going to forcefully turn everyone asexual by talking about...
Because Oldbag wants one rider to just ride up right in there.
top secret information? Other than the fucking. Sex isn't top information. I'll be honest. It's not a massive secret. It's not a massive secret.
The defendant and his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying? The truth is never pleasant. Never pleasant.
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person? We looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip. But should this be true, then this proves that the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
This means I have to smash the room once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Be careful. Oldbag seems rather excited right now.
That's right! Arngard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you gotta burn old bags with fire! Jesus Christ, Phoenix! Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone! I think Phoenix is about to kill. I think Phoenix is about to kill. I think the first case of the next game is gonna be Phoenix murdering Oldbag. Oh shit, Maya's gonna be the defense attorney at the beginning of the next case. Fuck! Fuck! Let's about that now that Mr. Wright may cross-examine the witness. This is the most repeated line in the series. Possibly more than objection, honestly. Because you don't always say objection to counteract it. Sometimes it's just the press. He's an evil, evil man. How evil? You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true! That one was getting intimate with poor one. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A.
Don't even make a scene this came from his gossip lines.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? Ruth, what do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me that the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discrimination? When did I do anything like that? Doesn't we count just Phoenix all the times the prosecutor says it. Oldbag kills Phoenix in self-defense and she becomes the protagonist. Look, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If the protagonist of the next game is Oldbag, I'm not playing it. I'm not playing it if we have to play as Oldbag for the entire game. I refuse. I don't care how good people say Trials and Tribulations is. If Oldbag's playable for the entire game, I'm not doing it.
Anyway, Arngard will never get me to say touche.
Understand what if it was the clown? Then I would go around and systematically try to get everyone's videos taken down of Ace Attorney 3. Ruin one with a huge scandal. A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dimwitted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days?
No. I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, then I'm glad that he can get on a monopoly on popularity. Where's the fucking heart?
Then he's managed to getting closer. You don't have any proof that Ms. Ongar did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now since you're on so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right. I can't do anything. But boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
All right then, Sonny. Show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that Ongar didn't bear any ill will towards Juan?
What the fuck are you even asking? No, you have to show proof of that. No, you show proof of that. That's how that works. Okay, go pass on my keyboard while trying to be funny. Good night. Good night, Domino. I have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. You're lashing me about saying things without proof.
That's not. You don't just say, see, he bared ill will towards her. Prove it. You prove that he didn't. That's not how words work.
Yes, get me a free pass of whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. For you, anyway.
What action? So what do you mean by I took action?
I already told you I was lying way close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of wands around, I was gonna capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you young'uns need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson?
I was gonna make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun! Like this!
No, stop!
Oh, so bad the woman didn't come through the door that night.
That was your entire plan. Right as that. Right as that. It's literally on magazines. Wait!
Well, I'm busy, woman. Daytime with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know the secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it. It's a secret! Maybe if you drill a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
Hold that old bag. It's such a secret piece of information. Isn't it literally in fucking... It's literally in a magazine clipping. How is it that secret? It's literally from a magazine. It's literally in a magazine. If you don't be a good girl until we got this secret information, you won't get to go home today.
What the fuck? Edgy Fo, what are you doing? Help me!
No, what do I have to do with this?
Just do this for me. You get your reward.
I don't want your reward, but you don't leave me much of a choice. The witness could have gotten her information from anywhere. It's even possible that it was spontaneously made up inside the witness's head.
And he lectures me on reckless blabbering.
As long as we don't know where this information came from, it's quite a waste of time to focus on this line of questioning.
How about getting some information? It has to be something I can use to figure it out. That sounds like another tidbit of gossip, doesn't it? You can't just ignore it either. You just can't look bad either way. I don't think you had anything really out of the ordinary just now. It has to be something we can catch her on. When I find I'm gonna press the heck out of it. It's like literally just, where'd she get it? It's literally just a magazine article. Did you get it from the Gossip Land article? The thing that we've shown several times? Oh, because you stole the camera. Because you stole a camera. Because the tabloid article's in the camera. It's secret because you did a crime. Is it just that? You stole a camera. So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Oldbag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop it!
Witness! I just say, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it? You stole a camera. The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself inside of a camera. About committing a crime. Probably the best thing we had all case.
She reported such a thing.
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of the outrageous impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
This doesn't deserve to turn about. No, I said impressions.
Then, everything around this page is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
Ah! Now you say this is something completely different. There's nothing. Shut up. There's my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you're the one who took Miss Hart's note.
I was a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puppy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said to herself, "On guard, I'm his sidekick." She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she had written.
And everyone's just like,
Digivoo, you believe me, don't you?
gets so mad at her.
was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine. Oh!
God damn, Edgeworth! God damn!
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook it just this once.
That's one of my favorite Edgeworth disses ever. It's very good. She looks like she's really sorry. Should I forgive her? Pile on more pressure. You stole a camera! You stole a camera! If I let up on her now, she'll get away. Now we've just turned into we have to make sure that Oldbag is punished for this. I think it's the only thing that has caused Edgeworth's concerned expression. Edgeworth's cornered expression has been Oldbag. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow to a prosecution. Witness, you said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I see this piece of paper in the terrible lonely trash can. That's all.
You're lying, damn it, and I can prove it.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note's the only thing you stole that night. Let's present him the camera again. Miss Oldbag, the note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, my sweater, $1,600 camera disappeared on me.
Wait, witness!
What is it, Grams?
If you have the note, then it's only logical that you have the camera too.
Grr. Looks like you found me out again, Sonny. Is this the camera that you're looking for?
Hey, Angelo. We're ignoring what the murder is, and we're just pinning Oldbag on stealing a camera. She's gonna get the death penalty for it. Oh, that's... I love that you're lying down, I can prove it line, but then it gets used on this. It gets used on just... To be fair. Getting Oldbag done for stealing this. I want to know where she was hiding that. In the tape recorder. That's why it was so heavy. That's...
What? Even though I look like this,
Sorry.
Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know? I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw the woman's business card, and that's what I noticed it said. Slimebag celebrity photographer extraordinaire. When I saw that, I didn't know what sort of picture she had taken. Ow, I hit myself in the chin with this thing. God damn it. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to do these things.
There's too many props! There's too many props and controllers to deal with! There's too much going on in one series!
Bailiff, check the camera's photos. Hurry. We must examine them at once.
How many more props can we add to by the end of the series? Just too many.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have? There is only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case. Please present it to the court.
Oh, hey!
This is the Nickel Samurai.
See, I told you, that's the guy I saw.
This proves the witness was not lying earlier about this matter. But what does all this mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This photo by itself does not prove that the person in it is the defendant. However, in his own confession, Mr. Angard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his Nickel Samurai costume. If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is the defendant.
Wait, what? Okay. So that doesn't help us, actually. This doesn't help. Shit. Fuck.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We've examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
This photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow, then I'll put Maya's life in jeopardy. Can't make a mistake here. So one right out of this mess. This photo that Lotta took. There's... I'm assuming an instant loss if you get this from me again. So I was gonna say, just to be safe. Okay. I mean, if we say there's nothing strange with it, then the case just fucking ends. So there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo. We'll work it out once we later. I knew this was coming, right? Your thoughts, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we can all agree there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster. Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright? You know, you might be more effective with, like, a banana bomb, or something like that, or maybe a holy hand grenade. Bunker busters only do, like, 30 damage, even if they hit. Anyway, please look at the photo one more time. Just look at it. Look at this photograph.
If you really believe you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
Well, that's not wrong with this photo. I can't let a chance go by. Where did she take this photo from anyway? It's a lot of focus. Why can't you take a good shot, especially when it counts? From a bluffing buster to a bunker buster. Excellent Worms to Armageddon reference.
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
So the thing is, I can think of one thing. And the photo's not really good at showing it, so it's really hard to actually be don't ask me why I'm tilting. No, I'm tilting my head the right way. I'm tilting my head the right way to look at it. The only thing I can think of, like, professional photography, your framing sucks. I mean, you can literally see, like, you can see up here the wall that she's behind. You can see the wall that she's fucking behind to take this. The one thing I can think of is that the whole point of this is that did the murder in the Nickel Samurai costume button get stuck to the Hakama at the time of the murder? So where is the button on the Hakama? That's the main thing I'm thinking. That's the part when my thought process is doing a thought process. It's the only thing I can think of. Nothing else I can see looks kind of out of whack. There's definitely Juan's room because it has all of the shit outside the front of it, especially with the teddy bears and stuff. So it's definitely out the front of Juan's room. The angle it's taken from is weird, but if Lotta's doing weird photo shit to be a tabloid photographer, weird photo shit. So there's that. So I'm just gonna say the Hakama and hope for the best.
Take that!
Is this person? Oh, person here, of course.
You mean the Nickel Samurai? And what's wrong with that?
At the time of the murder, Mr. On Guard was in his own room. Which means this Nickel Samurai... That's not where I was going with it at all.
If you think that's all it takes, you should reconsider your choice of occupation. I think it's about time you retire.
I guess no, not that. I mean, I was going for something specific.
Problem was with the brain, the brain of that lawyer, Honor.
Boom! And explosions. And it needs to time...
Nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. This court finds the defendant, Matt on guard,
guilty.
The accused will surrender to the court immediately. To be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Boop. Don't fuck up. Okay. So I was trying to go for something specific. And the game didn't pick up on what I was going on. Or I'm not picking up on what the game's going on. A special bad ending. I don't want to cut to a photo of, like, Maya dead. I'd rather not do that, thank you. Check out the specific costing for this case. Interesting. So you're telling me that no one else has fucked up any of these answers? Shit. Was it really since they realized they're about to lose health and I let the game over play out? I didn't realize you could just reload. I'll be honest, I just didn't realize you could reload. I always let it play out because I didn't know you could just reload. That's also that. I'm using an emulator. On the actual set, baby. Is it that there's no arm? Is it that there's no other arm on the costume? Because I feel like if I click here, it's just gonna say the person again. And the arm could just be behind. Is it the fact that Oldbag's not in the fucking hallway? Where's Oldbag? If Oldbag saw, then where the fuck is she? Or is it meant to be that Oldbag took the photo? I'm gonna... What if I click here? To just be like, look where you are standing. No idea. Somewhere around here? Yeah. Okay, you know. I think. I think something you'll or not. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you can just reload. Okay. Very unsure of what I'm trying to find out. Though, to be fair, Phoenix is as well. I feel like I'm meant to be stuck on this because Phoenix doesn't even know. Like, Phoenix is grasping at the straws here, so I just gotta try shit. I'm gonna try the door. I don't know. Okay, yeah. Well, because, like, Phoenix is guessing here, too. Phoenix is guessing as well. You're meant to be throwing it, like, you're meant to be grasping at straws here. I'm gonna try the arm. Just so we don't have to go through as many things. when I fail it several times in a row. Try the arm? Because there's no arm. No, okay, that's just the person again.
Objection!
Yeah, to save life, pretend about big tub. I don't know what you're referring to.
Take that!
Door? No, okay. Don't accidentally save over the save file. I don't even know what any of you are referring to. Not even as a joke, I just don't get what your point is. Yes, I saved the game while I was playing Turnabout Big Top, and I don't see why that's a weird fucking thing. I didn't beat all of Turnabout Big Top in a single day, so yes, I saved during it. I don't see why that's weird. Can I have a hint? Can I have a hint? I've got no fucking clue. Once again, I'm completely out. I'm completely stuck. Because the only thing I can think of is that there's no button on the Hakama, which the whole point was when the murder happened, there's a button on the Hakama. So you Quadra can? It's a very hard question. I can't. I only have present. I only have present. I mean, I can check if I do this. If I load, I think I can check before it happens. Okay. I get it. I get it. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, instantly get it, yeah. Yeah, okay. The moment I saw the photo again, oh, okay, okay. Not being able to check the court record during this makes it a lot harder than it needs to be. I kind of wish I could check the court record while this was up. Yeah, literally the moment I saw the photo of the Nickel Samurai thing, it becomes very clear. This isn't Matt wearing it. This isn't Matt wearing it because the person's shorter. Yeah, okay. Not being able to see the photo made that a hell of a lot harder. That's what it is. There we go. There we go. Don't record attention to this area right here. What are you pointing to? His ankles. If you can see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't. And what does that mean? The costume person in this photo could not have been Miss Rungard. They shouldn't allow opening the court record during these biggest boss sessions. I really think they should have. Yeah. Yeah, being able to see it during that would make it a lot easier to just go, okay, what is off about it rather than having to remember. It's a good question. It's a good detail. The fact that the game gives you no hints and Phoenix just has to work out something on the fly and the game gives you no hints, it's a good question. It's a good question. Having to pick up that that's the difference about the costume is good. That's a well done question. I just wish I could see the photo while I was being asked so I didn't just have to remember what he looks like. What is the meaning of this? I wonder if you would care to elaborate, with actual facts, that is. Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster, which we literally look at for the evidence for this. Please pay attention to the area around the bottom of the Hakama. His socks. You can see his socks. Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his camera up just to walk. There is only one explanation for this. The person inside this costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. There we go. There we go. You can see his socks. I can't believe they showed this to children. Ta-da! Well, that's a huge thing. Because now it's just okay. Someone else other than Matt was in the costume in fucking Karate's room. All right, I think I've turned things around for myself this time. That's curious. Huh? What is? Edgeworth is unusually calm today. That's true. He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride. Along for the ride? What do you mean by that? I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all. Doesn't feel under attack? That I haven't damaged his case at all?
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless. I figured it would come to this.
What?
Right, I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven that the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of?
Was the person wearing the Nickel Samurai costume? Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think? Yeah. Why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is the person in this photograph? And when you see it, does it make you laugh every time?
I mean, the obvious answer would be Andrews. We don't have height things of any of the people here. So there's that. The obvious answer that we're meant to be going for is Andrews. That's all the game wants us to go for.
Adrian Andrews.
If you want to know who the Nickel Samurai is, it's none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
Edgeworth has reached godhood. For starters, she's short. And she can freely move in and out of Miss On-Guard's room. Finally, she had dinner with Miss On-Guard that night.
And how does all that add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Miss On-Guard's fingerprints all over it. Okay, so now we're looping back around to the point that we made before. Now we're looping back around to the point that we made before. If Andrews went across in the Nickel Samurai costume with the knife to plant it, wouldn't the gloves wear off the fingerprints that were on it? A point that we ourselves made earlier?
Then I thought it was used as a murder weapon.
It wasn't used as a murder weapon! We've been ignoring that the entire... We keep calling it a murder weapon, and it isn't that. We don't have any evidence. They haven't presented any evidence that it was placed... Like, we know the knife was put in after the person died. We don't know when. We know she could have held the blade or deliberately avoided the fingerprints, and she only had to plant it. Only plant it, not use it. I mean, you've still got to push it in a person. Like, that is very delicate. Hold it this way, take it over, place it on the person. Ding, 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 ding. In from the back. It was inside of a man.
Why don't you just say what it is you want to write?
I have to do this now. It's my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Carida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order, order, order! It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development.
I mean, Phoenix is here. It shouldn't be that unexpected if we're being perfectly honest.
Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. This court is issuing a subpoena for Ms. Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
Alright. This is kind of bad for us. Huh? What do you mean? If Adrian Andrews is summoned to the court as a witness, it means that the trial will go on for another day. That's a good point. We can't have that happen? One more day. Yeah, we can't do that. If I don't get a verdict today, did we screw ourselves over? Surely the killer would be reasonable about this and go, hey, we just one more day, please. Just one more little day, please. Just one more little tiny little day. I promise. Surely the killer is reasonable, right?
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
What am I supposed to do? Just about to join the court. Save it just in case. I feel like I fucked up. Objection! Do it today, gun!
Now then,
Objection! Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that.
We can have Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not...
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
Edgeworth, what are you doing? Surely Edgeworth has to know. Edgeworth has to know. He's acting too weird to not know what's going on. There have been so many times that we could have been screwed and he's been the one to save us. Even with this. But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development. This unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave away, his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on. Whoa, what? What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. What the fuck? I mean, to be fair, bringing in Adrian Andrews from his perspective as, like, a witness isn't that weird, considering how close she is to it, but it's like, you know. She is the next witness. He's been playing 4D chess with us this whole time. Edgeworth, he has to know what's going on. Again, the one person we told is Gumshoe, and I could understand Gumshoe, you know, doing that. That would make sense. That would make sense. Everything? Everything was planned out in advance by that man? Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Andrews. Also, this battle is far from over.
Exactly. Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
What the fuck? Hey, quick question. Question for everyone out there. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck?
Good, I can't believe that, Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews.
She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. But the only person who had access to the knife he used at dinner was, well, her. This still raises the question of why has the killer taken Maya and then shoot fucking Francisca to do this for a man who's innocent? Fuck. The worst you said.
So after the ceremony, during the break, huh? I was living like a log the entire time.
See, she could have also easily planted that button, that blood-covered button in your comma.
Because she was the one that came to wake me? She came to wake me up inside and save me?
I think that's a different definition of professionalism. So the thing is, if On Guard was asleep in his costume, then how did Adrian wear it to go across and do a murder? If he was asleep in the costume, was there another one? Because I gotta admit, I don't know how many copies of the robot arm are gonna exist. Oh, what the fuck barbecue sauce does the old dustbag say as I wither away? Raw XD.
Then, dude, you're saying it was really her?
Yes, she is the real killer. She may not be the killer, but she's the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Carrera.
But why? I thought she was buds with Juan.
She had her own agenda.
Her own agenda? What are you talking about?
I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over. It'll be alright. We'll get you acquitted by the end of today.
Give me a bird that's refreshing like a spring breeze. I can't miss it, dude.
Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Imparks' missing suicide note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Imparks as her strength to as her strength and reason to live. And Miss Imparks suddenly killed herself. It's still kind of nuts that they just show this as an image in this game. It's still kind of wild. Sounds like she left a suicide note. The person thought to have hidden it was Juan Carrera, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Carrera. Or to get the suicide note back. That sounds plausible. He definitely ruined his parents' lives just by being born. Jesus Christ. One thing bothers me. What? Those are the first told us about their relationship. Edgeworth. Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues, with regards to Miss Imparks. It was Edgeworth. Edgeworth told us that. Looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet. Fuck is going on?
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Carrera's room.
Edgeworth seems to be taking a more morally gray approach compared to the previous game. I mean, if he was looking for a verdict, he would have stopped well and truly long ago. If all he was doing was looking for a guilty verdict, he would have stopped so long ago. Like, I feel like Edgeworth has to know what's happening with Maya. Because so much of, like, we need to get this done today, we're being saved by him. It's happened like 3 times now already. And she's back with the card.
What is your occupation?
I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt on guard.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Yes, sure. What is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. I would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossip Land.
The judge was ever a prosecution witness. You do all my work for me. That's how they're gonna end the final case. The judge is the final witness. The judge is gonna do the final murder. That's what's gonna happen.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Yes, I was seeing Mr. Carrera. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was a fry and bait matter. Or was that bait and fry?
Reminds me of fishing. Don't remind Edgeworth of fishing. But I didn't kill him.
No one is accusing you of that.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ. We kind of accused that. We did that a little bit. We may have ever so slightly accused her of that, actually. It may have been literally us, like a couple seconds ago. Well, specifically 10 minutes, give or take how long between the recesses and everything it is.
I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place.
I found the body. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. I set down my drink incredibly politely. What I saw was, naturally, the exact same scene as in the crime scene. Yeah. The exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Oh, you poured yourself the juice... You poured yourself the juice after the murder happened? Oh. That's different. That's different. Great, she's been doing a good job keeping herself together. Considering her whole thing is that she's very bad at it. She's doing a good job of it so far. Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints in the wine glass were made, Your Honor. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She's one cool and collected customer. She has the brains to match. Yeah, I know. In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack her when she least expects it. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? Suppressor and everything. Got it. Going to get my friend in his room. Bullshit! Sorry. What was Mr. On-Guard doing at the time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his many performances in the samurai during the ceremony. So he went, because he was feeling a bit eepy. I heard him as I walked out. Pronk shoe. Me. Him after death, me. It shows why she's such a great mentor. So she's very, very good at this. She's very, very good at this. This one guy did say he was taken out of nap. Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room. Then, yes? Excuse me? It? What are you... Right, I thought you were at school to tell you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence on the subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. On-Guard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. So I don't know if you wanted me if AS turning game. She had a whole walkthrough before the first game. And then she died. After that, I went to Juan's room. Bullshit! Sorry. And why'd you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. Just was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Damn, I'm feeling like on guard right now. Because I'm a surfer bro accused of murder. Is that the only reason? We literally went to basic grammar together, actually. I beg your pardon, what are you implying? I'm implying you did the fuck on him. And then you fucked him with a knife. Oh, gross. You had a certain goal in mind when you decided to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim? Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. I'm gonna talk about strong bits of evidence, I guess. I think that, I think he's screening his head bullshit every time he's saying hold it. May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room? It's their body. I was in shock. You fucking liar! Sorry! I was told to go on the offensive. I'm sorry. You were in shock? What? Was I not supposed to be? Sandra's a very calculating person. And despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kuroda. Anyone randomly selling upon a dead body would be in shock. And you can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Calm down, Phoenix. Edgeworth, pieces. So I don't think beauty had anything to do with being shocked or not. I see. What I saw naturally was the same scene as in the crime scene. Fuck you! Sorry, Jesus. God, just give a defense attorney a break. God. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest, which still isn't the murder weapon. We've not addressed the fact that he was actually strangled. There's only one dead body we can choke. Of course you'd know about that, Edgeworth. Okay, well, to be fair, Phoenix would know about that too, considering how many times it's happened to Phoenix as well. Actually, now thinking about it, how many dead bodies has Phoenix himself actually stumbled upon? He's been around where the murders have happened all the times in this game. I think he only came across the dead body personally once. Wait, Mia. I think he found Mia as well. I think he found Mia. I think he has found the dead body twice. Mia, no, earlier in the game, because he busted down the door in the spirit channeling. So, the doctor dude, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Yeah, Angray, yeah. Yeah. So those, yeah. He's been like at the scene of the murder in in the other cases in this game. Like he was at the circus and he was at the show, but he only discovered the body at one of the things. And Guitar Case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. Why was it there if it was empty? Why is it open? Who opened it? Why? So many mysteries. So many mysteries that we've yet to get to. And then, what did you do next, witness? I was about to pour myself juice. Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. You didn't drink any of it, did you? Huh? There were no lip marks left on this wine glass, suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. So none of this makes sense. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Carida, you were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what's of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. Yeah, please. What was she trying to say just now? Continue for a sec. What? Miss Andrews! I'm convinced, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually. Sorry. Actually. So would I. I just forgot my things. My mistake is that I accidentally saying I had one mistake. I'm sorry. It's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Okay? Flower vase? Is that the one on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards? It was originally on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Well, now I know you're lying. Because you said it was already opened. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. When it fell onto the guitar case. What kind of Phoenix was? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I'd try to take one's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. That's odd, but she was always in total control of herself. That's just like doing the thing. I was being mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. No, it sounds like any glaring contradictions in testimony just now. I warned you earlier that you would not crack so easily. I'm going to make her is too. Completely offensive, not let up. I'm going to catch her with some very strong, decisive evidence. So, okay. So, like, what she's saying is bullshit. I just don't know if... So yeah, so now we press on the part where she says that she found it open. Because that's bullshit. If there's water on top, the vase fell into it, put the water on there. Then she opened it. Why did she do that? Could we press further on this? Okay, so yeah. The exact same as in the photo of the crime scene, and that's when she says it's open. Can I present... So now with the other part opened, ironically, because it wasn't open, if I present the guitar here... Let me just get the dialogue again that she says specifically here. Because I know what I'm presenting. I know what I want to say. I just don't know the best way to go about it. Guitar case was like this too. Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And what she said to this, I guess it's 5 years, yeah. Big and heavy. I'm gonna just present the guitar case on this and see what she says. I'm assuming this is it. Because present on the other one is like, doesn't specify that it was open or anything. He doesn't specify that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? It's not some problem, it's a major problem! It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, then the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. There it is. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. There's no pieces of the vase inside of it. The remains of the vase are scattered onto the floor. What is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shard should be inside, not outside the case. Ah. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think about what Miss Andrews testified. She said other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She said she did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case. But what's the matter with the guitar case? It's a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. There's no bearing on this case at all. Okay, the red guitar maybe not. It may still do. But the actual guitar case itself, like why did she touch it? That may very well be. However, and the guitar case doesn't have no relation to this case, doesn't it? It seems there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do we think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Make it testify. And the guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. We can't let it off. Heh, I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this. But it is you. I don't think I'm doing this either. Alright, I'll follow along. For now. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. Why? That's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. That's why I opened the case. Even I don't know. Helpful. Convenient. There's across the same in a parrot. This is nothing compared to that. Looks like this really wasn't a very important point. This wasteland is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth. Edgeworth, what the fuck? Why'd you do it? Bit dazed. Oi. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? Well, you see. Are you sure you're the one who opened the guitar case? She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like a dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. I know you love guys. The difference between genuine love and tough love. I don't know if Edgeworth knows that. Why'd you open it? So you open the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Huh? Mr. Wright's dead body was right in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the best thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. As the witness has said multiple times when she found the dead body, she was dazed. Maybe I was curious to know if the Baron guitar was alright or not. The most important thing. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why should care about the Baron guitar? We're getting back on topic. Not a big deal though, the case was empty after all. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The Bravery guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you just pay attention. Hey! Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright. I have to press on everything for the unique dialogue. You never know when it could work. And sometimes it's literally crucial to advancing the plot. Sorry. My bad. Well, okay. If the red guitar is not in the case, why was it brought along? Was it because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. We're getting somewhere on this. Only again, Rebecca too pressing like this. No way to make it talk as evidence. I guess you give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. Can't afford to let up on her now. Wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at a weakness now. So this is a chance. If we had a weapon to hit her with. I'm sure weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found. Okay, your days must open the guitar case after I knock the vase over. Not a big deal though, can't be changed empty after all. That's why you opened it. Okay. No. That's the photo. Pardon me. Pardon me. Oh, yeah, they examined the guitar case for Karate's fingerprints. They did do that, didn't they? Objection! Your fingerprints aren't on it. There is no way you're the one who opened the guitar case. Why would you say that? Unless she was wearing a costume and she was able to open it then. It's elementary, my dear. Was Andrews. Because the only fingerprints on the guitar case are those of the victim. Ah. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? Then that screws you over. Alright, you freely offer up that information. Do that. Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time? As the night of the award ceremony. What? But we know that's bullshit. But we also know that's bullshit. Because you touched the glove. Like, if events are playing out the way that you say it, you grabbed the glass for tomato juice without the glove, but then touched the glove for that? We're once again just looping back around to when people aren't wearing gloves and none of it making sense. It was an ideal award ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness at the Seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. That's strange. You're wearing gloves. Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, the glass that you grabbed. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass. You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Like, regardless of whether you did or didn't do it, regardless of any of the other stuff, the way you're explaining things is not how things went down. Just straight up. And yeah, there it is. If you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange that you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh, we broke her glasses! Oh no, she has a backup pair, it's all good. She has a backup pair of glasses, it's all good. Her glass is shattering, her eyes are fine, none of it went into her eyes, she's fine. Order, order, order! Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time with the hammer and the gavel! What do you mean? I believe that guitar case was a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. Then why was it brought along? So then let's carry a second pair of glasses. Can't wait till we do it again. Turns out she brought along a third pair. I wonder if it really was empty though. But the guitar. The private guitar was at the studio. Yeah, so then why was the case here? Phoenix, drop all your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the private guitar. You don't mean. It was a bright white guitar! Well, that's not right either. Phoenix, please. Phoenix, please. I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court toward an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided fuck you. No, Your Honor. Please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder. If you are so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why this guitar case had anything at all to do with this murder. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second. Let's say that the Briar guitar, was not the only thing that could have been in the case. Briar guitar was, not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar is This courtroom collectively has, like, 1.5 brain cells. So you intend to push your theory that the case is not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? Fuck, I didn't get to save it. What was in the case at the time of the murder? Never change, Judge. Never change. How did he get this job? Actually, knowing judges, not that weird, is it? It was a bright pink guitar. Clearly. See, the thing is, I have a suspicion what would be in there. But it just seems ballsy, and I don't know if I have anything that actually says it. Because could it be Celestian Parks' suicide note? And he just always keeps it on him to make sure no one finds it. But I can't just say it's the suicide report. Clearly it's a person. Clearly someone was... No, he was carrying the body in there. That's what was happening. Clearly it was a person. Is that if just some guy to rope that his shoot was a judge? So my thought process is this with the suicide note. I have no idea. Why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one? Okay, yeah. So no. I thought it might. Okay, yeah. So yeah, because we can't use that to say. Ow. Foolish fool get some love. Okay, well I'm gonna save it because I probably will die here at some point. I probably will die at some point here. Okay, we gotta run through everything. No. Photo, no. Press conference ticket, no. Radio transceiver. Would be a wild ass thing for it to be. No, because you have that. That was inside of this. A map doesn't really make sense. The guitar case was clearly in the guitar case. It's like those, the dolls that go inside of each other. Clearly. No, okay. Just wondering if it has anything to do with Celestian Parks. She doesn't seem to. Where did we get this press conference ticket? Where did we get this? I don't even remember. Okay, this is for all with that. Okay. I really have no idea. I have no idea. Because I can only think of one thing, but I don't have anything to directly say it because I don't have evidence for it because it's that. What if I just say Celestian Parks? Yeah, no. Because if it's something like, because why would he bring the case? Unless it's something that he always wants to keep on him, which would be the suicide note. But I don't have a thing that says the suicide note other than this that says, was her suicide note hidden? Because like, no. No for this, we already tried it. No. Would be funny and time paradox, but no. No. Sure, why not? No. No. I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. Alright, I'm signaling the flare again. I want another hint because I've just literally, there's one I got no fucking clue on. My brain is too focused on it's the suicide note to think of anything else. But also, I'm looking through all the evidence, and like I know the point of origin of like all of these items, except for this. But if it's this, it's fucking weird. Because everything else is either post-murder, that it exists, or I know where it came from, like this and this and stuff. Like, I know where these came from. We got that from before the murder. Half of it has to do with the murder itself. If you can't think of a good hint, just tell me, because I've got no idea. The game's asking for a train of thought that I've got no idea on. It was something Andrews would have needed. Jimmy Phoenix is a massive track. It's something that would have otherwise been hard to get. I'll be honest, you say that, and I just think the suicide note. You say that, and I just think the suicide note. I'm getting a phone call, and it's interrupting my headphones, which is very bizarre. Give me a second. I'm back! I'm back! My parents are cleaning out my garage. They have a lot of stuff left over in the garage, and they were here cleaning it out, and they were just letting me know that they finished. Because we've got a cleanup happening tomorrow of people just taking all of our shit. And that just let me know that they finished. That was all that was. I also asked her for help in this, and she was no help at all. Remember why we called Andrews up here? Specifically the evidence that made us accuse her of murder. When it would have been hard for her to get this already, I think. That'll not be as helpful as I'd like. This is the last thing here I can come up with, so it's not helpful. I'll just give it to you. If it's the nickel samurai costume, that's fucking stupid. Are we saying it's the nickel samurai costume? Is that what we're saying? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. This is the game's doing what I normally do now that I realize it. The game's doing what I normally do, of making several leaps of logic in a row and saying the answer at the end of it all. Because why the fuck would the Jammin' Ninja have the Nickel Samurai costume? Oh, because there's going to be an announcement where the Nickel Samurai is making a confession that On Guard doesn't even know is happening and stuff like that. So the Jammin' Ninja is just going to pretend to be the Nickel Samurai and do this conference and bullshit and lie. Okay, if that's what it is, then that makes sense. But that is several leaps in a row that the game is doing. I normally do that. I normally get questions wrong because I leap several steps ahead. Normally the game doesn't leap several steps ahead of me. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture? Doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I'm proposing is... Inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? This is several leaps ahead. Like, it does make sense, but wow. We're just going all in on saying what Karaida was up to from, like, out of nowhere. The courtroom has no idea why we're mentioning this. Okay, yeah, that is several steps ahead, and I was not piecing that together. 0 to 100 moment. I mean, we sometimes do that, but goddamn. But goddamn, Phoenix, you have to explain so much to explain why that would be in there. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? Also, how would Andrews know that's in there? How would Andrews know that it was in there? That's also curious. What insane point would there be to do something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? How'd she know it was in there? And don't give me no shit about how, oh, she saw it being packed earlier. They're at different studios. Gem and Ninja and Nickel Samurai are at different studios. Unless she was also at the studios with Karaita beforehand.
I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot. Correct.
You mean this photo? Order, order! Looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. Well, at least he admits it.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt on guards. Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True, this is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
Stolen from On Guard would make sense. But when? I think it may have been stolen from Mr. On Guard.
Stolen? But why would someone do such a thing?
Maybe the thief wanted to interfere with the post-ceremony stage show. And so, if he didn't have his costume, then Mr. On Guard would be forced to go naked.
Maybe you should be stripped naked and run out for making a mockery of this court.
Excuse me!
Mr. Marango did not take off his costume after the awards ceremony. He even testified that he took a nap while still wearing his costume.
I was gonna say, like, stole it from before all this went down, but okay. Phoenix just doesn't know what he's doing sometimes. I'm blaming Phoenix on that one, not me.
Is this not correct?
Yeah. You did say something like that, didn't you?
That's what I thought.
It's a spare costume. To be fair, this doesn't make much more sense. It's a spare costume! At a different studio! Phoenix, you should get naked, you know, for the court. Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one.
What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes, that is what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. But why? The victim, Mr. Karaita, was the Gem and Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai spare costume with him?
This is what I mean. Phoenix just jumped ahead so many steps and he has to explain all of this back.
What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer. And then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim bought the Nickel Samurai spare costume to the hotel was... Wait, present? Press conference? Nickel Samurai's gonna confess something? Yeah, okay, good. Good, this does make sense. On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was gonna hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night.
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can only mean one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Karaita himself.
The victim?
Yes. Now, to be fair, this is taking the defendant's word as the truth. which isn't going to go well in the courtroom. The spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Cryo was going to hold a press conference as the nickel samurai. He was going to dress up as the nickel samurai and hold a conference. But why'd the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The nickel samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. Which means that one Karaida, posing as the nickel samurai, was going to speak about Matt on guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, then that's not a confession, that's public disclosure. Miss Andrews, I can see why now you are pros at what you do. Pardon me. Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Okay, she's admitting it now. She's admitting that part. Okay. Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him. That was also me. Okay, yes, okay. What? You? Juan to bet everything on the German Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. He was going to ruin him, huh? And somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Unguards is, Do you know what the secret of Mr. Unguards is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. Protect Mr. On Guard? And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. There's so much shit afoot right now. The foot is so fucking big. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course. The button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. This does account for everything. Well, I am the logical type. Finally seen her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with his testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine, Mr. Wright. So somehow everything is spun to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight up to the, into this and turn our logic upside down. You see, I only seem guilty because I was protecting the actual murderer. So therefore, any evidence that points to me actually points to him. Like, you can't just... I know she's holding something in her, one in her hand, but she's literally just trying to go Uno reverse card, no you with the evidence. See, sure, it might implicate me, but that's only further proof that someone else did it. And if it shows that it was me, it means it was someone else. Would you say that was your intuition speaking for you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove something did something, you need three things. Three things. Way more than I even thought. A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally decisive evidence. Oh yeah, right, I'm a lawyer. I should know these things. And if you think these things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school. Isn't that from what I remember? What law school did you go to, Nick? I'm gonna continue now. So did you say this need came from the press conference? Yes, do you know why Juan chose that event, and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matongan.
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. There's schools for law specifically? Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Anyway, the thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Crossing Mr. Trolls now, only Mr. Wright. Hey! The man was murder. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Haha. I'm not gonna done something to hurt or betray you personally. Why do you ask? You're the one who helped Mr. Corrado with his press conference. It is interesting that you're just like, I'm Matt's manager. I have to protect him from doing a murder, but destroy his entire career? No, that'll help. That'll help with. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. On Guard, yet you still helped out.
The person on trial right now is Mr. On Guard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself? No alibi. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that too was a lie so you could cover Mr. On Guard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people in the schoolroom, however.
You're just glaring straight at me. He's glaring at you, smart guy. Because I'm just staring at my boob. Shut up. Found by evidence, the button in the knife. You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button? It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the gem ninja's costume.
You're talking about this button, correct?
The button was found in the Plains of Matsukama. Isn't that right? Correct? I think that makes it very decisive evidence. Oh, yeah.
It's like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, that doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Even as a mayor can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes.
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
So now it's just the button. The knife isn't being mentioned. And how do you know that? When the ends of the words on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit perfectly together. Together perfectly. Or so I heard. Heard that before too. What does Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you are not. I thought I had it this time for sure. Is there anything to trip her up on? It has to be here, but where and what? What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it, considering the knife is in the front? I mean, wait, we're talking about Matt. Never mind. My clever bit doesn't work.
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. On Guard at any time. Why then would you wait until there was a large audience before doing so? Same reason why Mr. Corrado planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. On Guard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will toward the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please, stop slandering the witness.
As I expect, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounds a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. I guess we'll say press a little more. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make that talk. Got it, Chief. I'll pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. So the button was torn off of one during his fight with Matt. So we have to present something here to say, no, that's wrong. See, the thing is, if we actually get to the cause of the fucking murder, the one part of it that does make it weird is the way that the things around his neck more so implies that someone choked him from behind. So the button falling off then and being like on the Hakama is a little weird. That's as far as I can think. It's also convenient that the knife wound is where the missing button is. It's also convenient that the knife wound is there. Considering that's not like where a heart or anything is. And also the knife was put in after, which we keep ignoring. We keep ignoring that the knife isn't the murder weapon. I'm gonna save because I'm very close to death. Gonna save here. I'm just gonna present the photo here just to see what happens. Nothing. Not sure I follow you. Clearly contradicts it. Yeah, no. And then. Have we just the other team drew the knife as a butter knife? Yeah, that's definitely still a butter knife. It's definitely a butter knife. It's definitely a butter knife. Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure the knife that you see in Juan's room that Juan ate dinner with very much looks like a much sharper steak knife. Okay, so if I press on this, what do you say when I press on this? How do you know the button was torn off? And they matched up and they fit together perfectly. I've done it before too. Miss Andrews know about the case down to such a fine detail. And Trevor up when it has to be here, but where and what? Okay, I have pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. So, okay, okay, we're gonna go through everything individually. Photo, don't know what that proves. This has something about that. No. No, no, no. Can we go back to the point about how there's no Hakama on that? I mean, there's no button on this Hakama, but we have already confirmed that Andrew's wearing that, so the fight with Matt doesn't really apply to that, does it? To be fair, there's still several aspects of this that do not make sense. There's still several aspects of this that do not make sense. Like, okay, even if we do say that if this photo is of Andrews, then why her fingerprint's still not on the fucking case? Like, there's still things that don't make sense. There's still a lot of things that do not make any fucking sense. There's still so many things that just, like, about the case that just don't make sense. Yeah, no, nothing in. The knife is... No, okay, no. I feel like this is one of the hardest cases that I've had to do so far, because there's several moments where I've just got no fucking idea. There's several moments where I've got no clue. I feel like it's constantly happening, that I just cannot work out what the game wants from me here. They remove mid-case quick said, hey, Julius, always felt a little exploitive, but it's so necessary. Well, for something like this, where I'm just like, I'm having to throw answers in the dark. Can I get another hint? People can think it's lame that I'm taking hints all the time. Why is my volume so quiet? Why is my volume so quiet? I apologize if the game's been quiet like this entire stream. I turned it up beforehand, I must have turned it back down at some point. The main thing when I switch scenes over or something. I fucked it up. Yeah, if people think that it's lame that I'm asking for hints so much, I don't care. I don't care. Blame the fact that I'm tired. Blame the fact that I'm tired. There's a lot of stuff here. Might actually be a little loud now. Maybe this is the volume I normally live at for Phoenix Wright. Maybe this is the normal volume for Phoenix Wright. Maybe I don't remember how much I actually set it for volume. Yeah, I need a hint. I need a hint. Game hard fights out of it. I first played this game with a walkthrough case, just I needed it. Hint. Like, because the issue that I'm having multiple times today is that my brain is focused on one idea, and I can't break my brain out of that idea. Anything I'm thinking of is just about the fact that how did the button come off during the struggle if the killer would have been behind one the entire time? And I can't think of anything else that has to do with what the button is, has to do, like, how can we prove the button being torn off? The button was torn off of one during his fight with Matt. How do we say anything about that? What decisive evidence is saying that's not true? That doesn't have anything to do with the photo showing the murders from behind or the button itself. Alright, something strange about button come off, it's more to do with the order of events. Think about the state of the button and the order that things occurred. So then how, Okay, so the button was taken off after he was stabbed, because it's covered in blood. Then how does presenting the button not work? Then what do I present? Because I've presented the button and the game told me to go fuck myself and die. Also, why does the button have so much more blood on it than the fucking knife that was stabbed in with? This knife has barely any blood on it, but the button is oozing with blood. Fucking dripping with it. So what do I present then? Because I've presented the button and it's not the button. Like, I'm shocked I didn't accidentally get it by just saying the button. So what else would it be? Because I've submitted the photo too. I think I've submitted the knife. The autopsy report. I feel like the he was stabbed after he died, not before. Oh! So it being covered in blood, okay. The button should work. The button gets across the same point as the autopsy report. I didn't earn it, but okay. Okay. The button shows the same information. The button shows the same information. We're fucking finally getting to the point that the knife isn't the murder weapon. They addressed this so early and it has not come up the entire time. It's been infuriating. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. I guess it has to be the autopsy report because the dialogue here is very explicitly about that. But we're finally fucking talking about the fact that the knife isn't the murder weapon, even though we've been referring to it as that for this entire time. Strangulation. Yeah, everyone in here seems shocked by that, even though it was one of the first things that was mentioned in the entire thing. Like, I think Gumshoe told us that. The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Let's examine the evidence. And then the button comes up! And then they fucking bring up the picture of the picture that fucking worked! Which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when? After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly. Which means... it is impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle. Because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body. Getting very close to throwing this at the water. What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with it? What was it? To pin the crime on Engard. There was only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Engard. There is no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. Engard was set up. By the real killer, of course. And the real murderer is... well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer, then? Finally. Can't believe I managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Engard, is...
Take that!
I'm sure what Bruce was saying this. Miss Adrian Andrews. I choose you! You are Mr. Karida's killer! What? Oh no! Another pair of glasses is broken! Order, order, order! Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. How preposterous. Sorry. How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Engard. Naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. No! No! How many glasses is she gonna lose? Then, what? What about the button that was found in Matakama? This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Engard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. I wish I get a new pair of glasses that quickly. No! There's so many of them going! The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Engard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap. Which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was just such a costume inside the guitar case? Could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right, which is interesting. That part still doesn't make sense. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone found out that she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. Oh, so you're saying they, like, deliberately have the glass. So I have prints here, so I can't have prints there. Ta-da! This is circumstantial. This is circumstantial as shit. I mean, it could be accurate, but it's still circumstantial. It's not decisive evidence. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Ms. Andrews purposely left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be too much short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? Got her this time. Miss Andrews. I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Wow, that is the first time anyone has ever brought that up. Yes, you're correct. The fifth does exist. Well, in America. Well, yes, you're absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination. By allowing witnesses to not testify, the testimony can cause damage to themselves. What? That's a thing? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. It's like the joke thing that people go to all the time. What are you talking about, Phoenix? Actually, thinking back yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? Alright. Still swirling that card all the time. That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea in her head. She must have told Andrews not to testify if things look bad. Did a good job proving everything up to this point, Phoenix. But there's still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done. Convinced Edgeworth. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. Which is true. Which is true. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You've yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Prove that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Karida. Okay, well, Edgeworth, you know that we know this. Edgeworth knows that we know this. Like, very explicitly, he's the one who knows this. That's nothing but a deliberate layup. Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Karida? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I'm abstaining from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There's nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. She's taking a defiant attitude again. Yeah, what should we do? Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify,
and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true.
In this situation, there's only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Another recess.
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck.
and at tomorrow's trial.
Tomorrow, fuck. We don't have it tomorrow. We're gonna get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. Let's do it.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the... Oh, sorry. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdicts...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you... It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony. Yes, that is very true, but... Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about.
Just picking up on our signals. I understand that something's going on here.
Miss Andrews.
Like, surely he would recognize that Maya's not with us. Surely he would recognize that Maya's not fucking here.
When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice.
Yes, and?
I cannot but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. Shaken, not stirred.
Some actions were unusual, but I've already...
Before you speak, I want to say that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect.
Testify.
Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness.
I wonder about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read of him. Is he friend or foe? I just have no fucking clue.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
When I found the body. The glass of juice. I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. And Juan was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. So I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. That's believable.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think it needed to include something so trivial. I mean, you deliberately said it was for yourself, so, like, you lied. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
I'm gonna save immediately, because I'm just worried that we're gonna go down a path on one of these that just, like, kills us. I've used so many save points in this trial. I mean, to be fair, if this is the end of things, it's meant to be fucking difficult, I know. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who'd you pour it for? Mr. Wright. There is a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you?
In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen.
Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. So it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Rider? Phoenix, please.
I understand your frustration not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then, what do you see next, witness?
Slumped over and tied looking. Slumped over and tied looking. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. It really looks like he was sleeping. Just me, that right there sounded a little odd. Thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did you cross your mind? I thought maybe he'd smash everything up in anger because he lost the Grand Prix. And then got tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all.
Did his faintness on himself? Wanted to pour him some juice. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was in such a messy state. I thought maybe he had gone into a fight with someone.
And that's when you had to pour the glass of juice?
Yes. He always had a hard time waking up, so one always had a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
And how'd you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward.
And knocked the flower bits over. So that's what happened.
Yes. This is what it all comes down to. Huh? This is the absolute end for both sides. Maybe there's letting a goddamn Phoenix. Now's our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Not a bit harsh with Andrews? He's also truth this time. Okay, so no pouring over yourself. Surprised when you walked in, saw a messy state. Slumped over and tired, looking in a corner. He was dead, didn't cross mind. I thought it was faint, sometimes I would pour him juice. I mean, to be fair, if you didn't have the knife in him at the time, then you could just see him slumped over and not think he's dead. Is there anything off about anything in this photo? This is the part that he said was odd. What crossed your mind? Smashed everything up in anger as he lost the Grand Prix, then it looked tired after Scrum, so he decided to take a nap. What part was thought that you said looked odd? I thought he fainted. Sleep then, the room was in such a messy state, I thought you got into a fight with someone. Slumped over in the corner. Slumped over. He's just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. It looked like he was sleeping. He was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. I feel like the game's trying to hint me that that's where I should, like, present evidence, but I don't know what the fuck evidence I'd present to say anything to that effect. What about this sounds odd? Head tilted forward, eyes closed. Looks like you're sleeping. What there sounds odd? What sounds odd there? Because it's just the same description as this. Hint signal. I've got this case is doing my head in. I can't work out anything in this case. Hint signal going off again. Because it's just Phoenix is saying something sounds odd about this, and I don't know what what about it sounds odd. Other than a dead body looks like it's sleeping, but like I don't think that's that odd. I feel like a dipshit because I just can't do anything in this case today. And if it's not answering that one, then I have no idea. Because that's the one thing where Phoenix says there's something weird about it. So close right, Simon, right line. I think you said it earlier. He was looking like a sleeper one for the knife in him, and yeah. Doesn't that disprove our... If we go for that, doesn't that disprove what we're trying to prove? Thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Three of 6 of her statements work. What, a knife? Okay. Dipshit, you stupid fuck! Just work it out. Fucking dipshit. guessing at this point.
Objection!
Fucking dipshit. God. I'll be honest, I don't even know what I selected there that was actually working. You honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body, is... But the knife was done after he was dead. But the knife was done after he was dead. So, like, how do we know? Okay. I don't even know what fucking point we're trying to make right now.
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There's a knife sticking straight at Mr. Wright's chest. And must put the knife there if it wasn't already found there with him, since no one else went in as far as we know. So how does that prove that she did it? How does that prove that she did it? This doesn't feel like a decisive enough blow to end it right here. There's a knife sticking straight at Mr. Wright's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. Nuts. Well, you see, he's either still lying or we're right. It just doesn't feel very decisive. But I am a stupid dipshit fuckhead failure of a person. So, you know, whatever. I doubt a single person will mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is?
Mr. Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And the glasses are gone again. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. If this is how this ends, I'm just gonna say this is a very unsatisfying case. If that's how it ends, this is incredibly unsatisfying conclusion. Like, it's no taking down Von Karma with the bullet. It's kind of a lame-ass ending.
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt on guard, is not guilty after all.
If this is how it ends, this case had like a really good setup and then just fought at the end. Just absolutely fought at the end. And not satisfying. If that's the thing that does the nail in the coffin, that's a wet fart of an ending for the entire game.
That was impossible! You're wrong! Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. This is a very different response to how it normally is when we catch people. This is very different.
It was Matt! I swear it! He's the one who killed Ron!
You're the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so is that you might end up incriminating yourself.
That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Marongard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? What's wrong, Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses their guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdicts for Mr. Matt on guard.
Objection!
How many times are you gonna do this, Edgeworth?
Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
How many times can we delay this?
What? The reason is quite simple. This witness is yet to speak the absolute real truth. The absolute real truth. What are you... Witness. Don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt on guard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party.
But that's a lie! I don't believe you! The judge is literally about to cast down a verdict, Andrews.
What?
I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over. And Matt would never be declared guilty. What is she talking about? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. Francisco von Karma. Huh? Do you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undoubtedly believes in those words right now, and is clinging onto them. What should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across something like this. Miss Andrews has to be the killer. Right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help. Please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
I intend to do. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right. I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And to think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime.
It's the real mastermind. Isn't that obvious? There's no one else who could be except the woman crying over there. Right?
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, Wright?
Jesus Christ. Testify. Testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. When she's making a face like that. Mr. Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing?
Sure. Mr. Ungod would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end? Quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough! I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What the fuck is happening?
What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However... What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth! This witness, How should I put this? She has an illness.
What?
And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past.
Edgeworth, stand over. Stop, please stop.
No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here.
And, yeah. That's the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
Secrets of dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares them more than anything else in the world. People find out. People find out
If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
Jesus Christ. How can you be so cold?
Because choosing death doesn't mean you actually die. Trust me, I would know. However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me.
I'll talk, but please, help me. Nothing matters anymore. My crime. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then, I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the Nicholas samurai costume.
Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man!
What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but this is the truth.
But our killer is Matt. A scumbag of a man! I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. I wonder if Matt had something to do with Celeste. Last time?
So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carrider, in the chest with the knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime.
Okay, if this is true, then who the fuck did it? If this is true, then who the fuck did it? What the fuck? What? How is this possible? I mean, isn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer?
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? Maybe that other, maybe the thing before feeling like a wet fart of an ending was meant to be the point. Maybe the final delivery, the final blow, it feeling very unclimactic and kind of lame. Maybe that's the point. Because it's not meant to feel like a victory. You're not taking down a bad guy who's managed to get away with all of their crimes and finally pin it on them. You're harassing and hounding someone who didn't do it into trying to confess that they did. So it's meant to not feel as satisfying as the others. Maybe that's the point. But then who did it? But you can tell from the state the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck. Well, that scarf is a part of the Gem and Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I can see that he's faced that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up. I went to pour the juice. What is this plan you had? When you ran away, the murderer was mad. I knew because Juan was going to expose Max's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt.
So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button.
So you just forged extra stuff to make it even more convincing that it would take Matt down, which ended up not working in your favor, because it just showed that you could have done it. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. I was make sure the one was in the hallway, I meant dash back. Though, so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. So Matt was still napping. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you're the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I use the button somehow, it can make it look even more suspect.
So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it Mr. Ungod's account.
Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? A bit of an inconvenience, the photographer. An inconvenience. There was a woman with the camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway. Willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth. That's Miss Oldbag. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once. So I can very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes. I took it from Global Studios. I was putting it in Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony.
You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct?
Yes. Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button.
Into Matsukama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word. What does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt on guard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Francisco. She said that I should, under no circumstances, confess to what I had done. But if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. Francisco once again overestimating her abilities, if we're being perfectly honest. Slightly overestimating how much of a slam dunk she thinks she could do. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer.
The thing is, any evidence that would have against her can be explained by what she's done. As Edgeworth said before, it's very circumstantial.
The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial.
So what do we do? So what the fuck do we do?
You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. Prosecution will arrange for a detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Today's trial is over. I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth? What is it?
Before you leave court today, I wondered if I might look at one thing. The card in your hands. It had my interest for quite some time now.
What exactly is it? Oh, sorry. That was Edgeworth fine. Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. How do I remember the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright? I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. I think I know what's happening. I think I know what's going on. I think I understand. So I've been wondering if it's not her, but it's really difficult for it to be Matt, and also we kind of know it's not Matt. The room.
That day.
Yes. I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him. He found that card next to the victim's body. I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? Yeah, I guess not. But it's still a strange card, if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth?
Do you have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time!
I didn't mean to. What's this all about? I've seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it? What does it mean? Oh, you can't leave it there! You can't. What the fuck happened? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck is this case? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Fuck me. I'm like terrified that Maya's just gonna be dead. I'm terrified that Maya's just gonna be dead. I mean, she was trying to get out, but I don't know where that's gonna go. Don't know where that's gonna go. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's all for today. Fuck me. How is there another day? How is there another day? Next time we go on to day 2. And I'm terrified of how it's gonna start. Well, I guess it's later in the day after the case, but you know what I mean. The trial will be the next day. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? So Edgeworth has known that Andrews is innocent for a while. I feel like that's Edgeworth's point here. I feel like this is Edgeworth's point. Is that Edgeworth has known, Edgeworth knows that Andrews is innocent. He knows that she's innocent. So I think the whole thing about talking about why he became a prosecutor, what type of man Phoenix is and stuff like that, I think that's his whole fucking point. Because the whole thing is like what has Phoenix been focused on this entire time? What is his focus and goal been? When he says what he's going to do, what does he say he's going to do? Get an acquittal. What doesn't he say? Find the truth. And I think that's meant to be Edgeworth's entire point. Edgeworth has decided for himself what being a prosecutor is, and it's finding the truth. It's not about whether you get a person guilty or not guilty. It's being a prosecutor isn't about, like, if you want to be a good person. Being a prosecutor isn't about ensuring a guilty verdict. It's about ensuring you find the truth. And so he's testing Phoenix. Phoenix, do you care about finding the truth, or do you care about getting an acquittal for your client? And obviously Phoenix has extra incentive right now to find an acquittal for his client. But he has been so focused on it that after the initial thing of, well, Maya's been kidnapped, so you're guilty, bro. Past that, it's all been about, we have to find someone else guilty, and it has to be Andrews. Like, again, the whole thing about just trying to hammer in on Andrews at the end there. You're meant to feel like it's meant to be building up, like you're taking down the mastermind's plan and finding them guilty. And then it ends lame. You're not landing a decisive blow. You're not landing like this final climactic thing and seeing them break down and confess to all of their crimes. Like how it has gone every single other time. By the end of it, you're hounding and harassing this woman with circumstantial stuff to try and get something out of her that isn't the truth. Which, it's been something that has come up a couple times during this game. Of the idea of, hey Phoenix, what if the person you're defending is guilty? It's like there's been a couple mentions of it throughout this game, of hey, what if the person you're defending is guilty? They had the whole thing at the big top when they were like, we should hang up things about just like all the cases that we win, and what about the ones that we don't? We won't hang them up. Ah, you've got me thinking about losing cases now and stuff like that. So the focus is just, oh, if we lose a case, we'll just pretend that we didn't, and we're just gonna win all of our cases. Statistically speaking, is every single person you are ever going to defend going to be innocent? He's been lucky so far. That he has defended how many people up to this point, and all of them have been guilty. I mean, to be fair, I still don't even know if Matt's guilty. I still don't even know if Matt's guilty. I have a suspicion on who the killer is, and I don't think it's Matt. So then it raises the question of, is Matt involved? And even that I don't fucking know. And even that I have no fucking idea. The main thing that implicates Matt at this point is the fact that when we mentioned the killer, Matt was just like, alright, you can be my defense attorney. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck is this game? What the fuck is this case? I'm gonna end it there, because if I continue rambling, I'll ramble for another hour. And oh my god, it's yet another one of these streams that has been incredibly long. And everyone needs to go to bed, and I need food in my stomach. So thank you all so much for watching. Next time, the game continues. He's almost becoming like how Edgeworth was last game, focused on just getting the not guilty verdict. Very much so. Very much so. Which, like, Edgeworth was never someone who was lying about evidence. But there was the whole rumor about Edgeworth was the person who was manipulating evidence and lying about evidence and stuff like that. And everything we did in the first game showed that he is not that person. He submitted incorrect evidence at one point, and it was stuff that was given to him as false evidence, and he just assumed it was real. And, like, we're not presenting anything that's false evidence here. But, yeah, we are gunning as hard as possible to ensure our not guilty verdict, without considering how truthful it may be. Which is, yeah, as you say, what Edgeworth was doing up until the end of the game last time. Edgeworth was just focused on that guilty verdict, and was mad at Phoenix for winning because everything like that. But then, with everything that happens at the end of that game, he has that rethought process of, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? And that's why he took a year off, and that's why he's testing Phoenix right now, saying, why are you doing this? Fuck me. Fuck me. Wow. I'm gonna try and make sure I also do the next stream for this, with my head not blowing up. Because, wow, am I stupid when my brain is exploding. I just have a lot of... the days get more and more frequent as time goes on, because, you know, my brain's fucked. But there's definitely days where it's just, yeah, my brain just does not work as well today as it's meant to. And it is incredibly infuriating to physically feel that. So hopefully that doesn't happen next time. Hopefully that doesn't happen next time. But we'll see how it goes. But thank you all so much for watching. Until the next time, this is version 2. Signing out.